Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Auckland. Welcome back to another NZ1 Aviation live stream. What are we? Friday, the 10th of April. Feels like ages since the last one. And just a comment in the chat there: the calm before the storm streams. Certainly, the weather's supposed to turn quite nasty. The northern part of the North Highland from probably tomorrow night, roughly. But the winds were picking up a wee bit coming in this morning. Quite a few bumps on the way up from Christchurch, but it shouldn't affect us too much today. What we're seeing at the moment is pretty much what we should have all day. So a light southerly, maybe slightly round to the southeast, 8 to 10 knots, and no rain. Yeah, the rain starts coming in, or the showers will start popping through at this stage. Looking at the latest forecast from about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I hope to be well out of Auckland by then. Just here for the day today. You may notice we're in a different spot this week. I've gone down the other end of the car park. Mainly due to what could probably only be best described as some inconsiderate parking down the other end. There's very little room to set up. But we'll see how we go. I don't think I've done a stream from down this end before, so we'll give it a crack. We should get... you can actually see them taxiing all the way down rather than the beam cutting us off, and we should get a bit more of the departure as well. We just exposed to a little bit more of the turboprop noise down this end, that's all. So NZ121 to Melbourne, first 777 out this morning. Should be quite a busy couple of hours with heavy movements both in and out, and of course daylight saving having gone back in New Zealand last weekend. A lot of the international airlines coming in have retimed their flights an hour earlier. I believe we should see the Rarotonga service heading out shortly as well. 787 operating that one today. It's a 946. So any issues with sound, or if the props are too noisy, just let me know and I'll tweak a few things. But as I said, first time to stream from down this end, so it's a little bit experimental. Welcome, Rarotonga service right there. Welcome along Maxine Blue Mountains. Good to see you. Airline Fly, welcome, mate. Good to see you. Pipe Organs, Sardie. I'll get to your messages in a minute. That's very kind, mate. Welcome, Sardie. Sue Major, Anya from Orlando. G'day. Francis Wade. Tally NZ. Good to see you, buddy. Mark Bester, good to see you. Graham S, welcome. And Tom Giffen, good to see you again, mate. Vinny Banks. Vinny's very excited to see another Auckland stream. I'm excited to be back here. It's always good fun coming up to Auckland. Mamaru, welcome. Real Kiwi Aviation. Justin Armstrong, the Pine Star. Sean Dares, Jardins. I'll get to everyone else shortly. Make sure we don't miss this one. much longer view, the takeoff from down this end. Sam Taylor, good morning. Always chasing storms, welcome. Alina, good to see you. Mafu, welcome. And Seki, good morning, mate. Scaffolding report, it's still there, but you would have seen the northern side of the car park where they were doing all the hammering and the noise. That looks like it's finished. They're just doing a bit of painting. It's still blocked off. A bit of painting in progress, so it'll be interesting to see if they move to another section of the car park and possibly block off our other plane spotting area for a wee bit. I might go have a chat to the workers over there a bit later and just see if I can find out a bit more about their plans. NZ946 all lined up. Sophie Chen, good morning. And Sandy, welcome. Good to see you again, Sandy. Nice. It'd be wonderful to be heading off to Rarotonga today on that, wouldn't it? Yeah, the only snag from this end is the view of the arriving aircraft is restricted. So I need to pay a bit more attention to flight radar. Siki's saying we'll find the road noises louder. I was actually hoping it may be a bit quieter. We won't have the delivery trucks with the refrigeration units on top making as much noise. But we'll see how we go. See how we go. So we've got a Jetstar aircraft down right at the far end. Z527 to Christchurch on screen, and I was just waiting for an A320 inbound from Christchurch, NZ534. Good morning, Suze. Mark G, welcome. Brookie G1, good morning. Lucy Dashy, welcome. Glenn Martin, good to see you, Glenn. Hope you're doing well, mate. Sean, Sky Scott TV, good to see you, buddy. Massive congratulations to Sean as well, hitting the 5,000 subs on his last stream at Bristol. Incredible achievement. I know how hard he's worked to get that as well. Very well deserved. Steve Whittaker from Harvey Bay, good morning. Andrew Peasley, good morning. And Gaspard, good morning. Good to see you. Dino's Aviation. I'm actually quite liking this side of the car park. It's not as bad as I thought it might have been. The only downside to it that I've seen at the moment is we can't see any of the aircraft pushing back from international. But I think we're going to lose that view over the next couple of months anyway with the construction of the terminal. It's coming along in leaps and bounds. Hideo White, good morning. Jetstar 150, this one's off to Brisbane. A321 Neo. Very quiet. What I'm hoping won't be quiet, and which we'll be lucky enough to see depart this morning, is the Qantas A330 heading off to Perth. I think we've only just caught that once before. Normally they head off before set up and got going. But the daylight saving game back, there's a few extra planes we might catch that we wouldn't normally. Kiwi Duster, g'day mate. Another outstanding effort from yourself yesterday, buddy. First ATR on the stream heading off to Nelson. There's been a few delays already, I think Kirikiri and Whangarei this morning just due to weather. Imagine the winds ahead of the cyclone are starting to pick up a wee bit up north. We should be getting another NZ103 to Sydney's push back. So that's another 777 heading across the ditch. Sean Gorman, good morning. P-Dub, good to see you, P-Dub. I don't know if you can hear that coming through. You can just hear the spool up of the Sydney-bound 777. I believe that red thing obscuring our view at the moment. Looks like, is it a concrete pump, I think? Could be, yeah. Right, we're just waiting. Next inbound is NZ78 from Taipei. And I'm going to turn on a new feature I've been working on. We'll see how this goes. It's still on the testing phase at the moment, but I want to give it a crack today, just see how we get on up here. I've spent a bit of time designing my own data tags for the flights. Not an easy job. Hopefully they're self-explanatory. Arrivals will be on the left of the screen at the top and departures will be on the right. Closest aircraft arriving is on the far left and the aircraft departing is on the far right, and the tag should change to let you know if they're taxiing, taking off, whether they've landed. As with everything with flight radar, ADS-B based, there may be the odd error from time to time, but it should correct itself, hopefully. Taipei 787 next to come in. Good morning, Toby Aviation. Cappadocian, hopefully I said that right, from Turkey. Welcome along, good to see you. And John Wallace, good morning. Hopefully I've got everybody. Sorry if I've missed you out. NZ103 just poking out. I wonder if we'll be able to see that. Yes, we can just. Just see the Taipei arrival too. Actually, there is a pretty good spot for catching the wide bodies just coming in below the roof. Air New Zealand 1777 down at the moment. I've had one out in Los Angeles for a wee while due to engineering issues. Hopefully back online in the next 4 or 5 days. One thing I'm interested in seeing with this, the data tags I've got on there, is just how much out of sync they are with what's actually happening. So of course there's a little bit of a delay in me sending the signal out from here, just how it's all running. Just might need to tweak it a bit later on, but all part of the testing. Still working on the taxiway down here as well. There's been some very kind people already dropped some nice messages in there. I will get to them shortly. Just wait for a reasonable gap between the heavies and get those up on the screen. good being able to see them the full length of the runway down this end too. So they taxi off, we don't lose them behind the building, on the column. Just a couple of turboprops departing. Sacrifice those, and then we'll pick up on the 777 departure to Sydney shortly. So there was supposed to be a couple more 787s arriving to the Air New Zealand fleet this month, but been reliably informed that's been pushed back till June. And they'll be the first 787-9s with the GE engine into the Air New Zealand fleet. Right, another 777 coming up. That concrete pump is extremely awkwardly placed there. It's alright, we can work with it. Beautiful. Don't think Emirates was too far away actually. Yeah, it's pretty close. 15 minutes out. So there's a 787 from Perth, not too far behind that. We've also got NZ90 from Narita coming in about the same time, and we should see the black livery 777 heading off to Singapore soon. Right, we need to get to some of these wonderful messages. Some kind people. So Maxine Blue Mountains has been a member now for 2 months. Hopefully that will come through. Saying I won't be. Do I have to turn that brightness up a bit? Won't be home to watch live, but we'll catch up. And Maxine's been a member in the VIP lounge now for 2 months. Thank you, Maxine. Sadi, 8 months in the VIP lounge. Saying awesome shows, Mike. Love your work. See you soon. Thanks, mate. Yeah, be lovely to catch up shortly. You're heading back our way next month, I think. So you will definitely catch up. And Sadi's very kindly gone and dropped in 20 gifted memberships this morning as well. Wonderful stuff, mate. Thank you very much for that. Francis Waite, celebrating 13 months in the Executive Lounge. It's tremendous support, Francis. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Saying, hey, Mike, 13 months of great streams from NZ1 Aviation. Cheers, mate. Thank you, Francis. And Francis has also sent along 10 gifted memberships this morning. It's very kind, very generous. Thank you, mate. Mamaroo, welcome along to Mamaroo. Has gifted 10 memberships this morning. It's wonderful support, Mamaroo. Lovely to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Andrew Peasley has put himself into the VIP lounge this morning. Thank you, Andrew. Good to see you and welcome along. It's wonderful to have you on board. And I'm sure this one's a glitch, but Sean from Sky Squad TV has joined the VIP lounge. I think maybe he's rejoined because he's been one of the longest serving members here. So welcome back, Sean. Thanks very much for your support, buddy. And congratulations again on 5,000 subs for Sky Squad TV. It's wonderful stuff. And one more on the list that hopefully didn't miss this one off. Glenn Martin, 16 months now in the Premium Lounge. Saying such an awesome streamer. Cheers, Mike. That's outstanding support, Glenn. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. And thanks for the kind words. So we've got Jetstar 228 coming in from Christchurch, and then we should see the A321 NZ187 heading off to Coolangatta. So here's the Coolangatta service. Should see the Jetstar arrival shortly. So those data tags are on my screen here. They're just that little bit small. I can't quite read everything on them. It's certainly helpful to be able to look down and just at a quick glance see what's coming up. It's just the one with the dull paint job just on the front half there. The nose looks nice and shiny, and then it's quite sort of dull grey just in behind.
Welcome, Scotty Frog and Sock. So the newest A321neo in the Air New Zealand fleet heading off to the Gold Coast. NZ635 to Queenstown, pushing back as well. James East, welcome. It's ATR from Palmerston North, next one to come in, and then we should see the Jetstar 283 heading off down to Dunedin. Imagine there's going to be quite a bit of disruption over the weekend once the cyclone hits fully, or the remnants of it. Welcome along, Patrick Lloyd, good to see you.
Must have a look and see how far away the A380 is. Not sure actually if they've started coming back into Auckland daily or not. I know they dropped down for a wee while there, sort of every second or third day, and the crew would have their rest in Auckland and then take the aircraft back to Dubai. So just about to pass over the Manukau Heads. So with the arriving aircraft, at the moment the data tags are set to display when they're within 20 nautical miles or 8,000 feet, I think it is. And departures at about 2,500 feet, they'll drop off. Go from one of the smallest jets, we should have the biggest one come in next. Pretty sure we've seen this one before. It's a nice looking wee plane. Quite the traffic jam out here. When I was setting up, we would have had probably 4 or 5 turboprops just waiting, just for the congestion for the gates. Looks like NZ635 to Queenstown is lined up, ready to go. Quickly sneak out before Emirates 448 arrives. It's a Pride Orange bus. It's a good service actually. It's every 10 minutes to the nearest train station. Pretty much 24 hours a day. I think that's NZ77 be heading off to Taipei shortly. There's a wee beam, you won't be able to see but just through this gap here, that just gives you a bit of a heads up. You've got about 10 seconds to get the camera ready. And it's just trying to pinpoint where it's going to pop out from below. Here we go. Wow, see those wings unload there. It's pretty cool. Nice. It's the one and only behemoth we'll see in Auckland today. The Singapore A380 service is finished. Replaced with an A350, and I believe the A380 is now doing the Melbourne run. But it was lovely to see it here for the few months that we had it. Hopefully they'll come back. We've been lucky enough in Christchurch a couple of days this week to actually see the updated livery aircraft come in, which I really do like it. The tail design on the updated livery is pretty cool to look at. Type A bound 78 on its way out. Probably be on 05 departures and arrivals all day, just looking at the wind. But you never know, it's only got to swing around a wee bit. They may flip them. It was super cool getting up so close to the, I think it was the Singapore A380 when we were able to film from the other location. A couple of streams back, so close you could almost touch it. Pretty slow taxi for Emirates. So A380 giving away to the wheat dash 8. No, Dash 8's waiting as well. Can't see anything coming out from Rita. No, A380's now on its way. Okay. And NZ90 from Narita is just a couple of moments away. Make sure not to miss that one. Wow, you see the aircraft swerve there, quite a bit of left rudder. They're going to pull up in time to turn off early. Cool. Huge tail on the 380, look at it. So we miss out on the being able to see the turn fully from here as well. But again, that's only temporary. Once the taxiway works are finished down to the eastern end, they'll be able to use the full length of that taxiway, won't have to come down here and make that turn. Triple 7 speeds up a wee bit, might be able to get them both in. Just waiting on a Dashi to come in from Nelson. We should see the Taipei bound 787 head off.
Don't think we're too far away from seeing the black livery 777 heading out. Pretty sure that one was off to Singapore last time I checked. Awesome wing flex. Just in time, NZ 174 from Perth. It's amazing to see the wings unload so much as soon as they get those main wheels down. So they managed to pull this one up early. Very quiet, hardly hear the engines on that. NZ 699 heading off down to Invercargill. It's up and gone like a rocket. And good morning, AJ Writer. Good to see you. Mark Spark 380, good morning. Gaza Joino, good morning. G'day Rob, good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well.
Kaiser Smith, good morning. Saying first time seeing the new infographics at the top. Looks pretty awesome. Open to all feedback. Had a little bit of feedback already. We can make some tweaks in time for the next stream. Z412 from Wellington. Could just be the time of day, but I'm certainly noticing there's a few less turboprop movements with the current fuel situation. New Zealand has cancelled quite a lot of mainly turboprop flights, I think, at the moment, or consolidated them at quieter times of the day. That sort of mad rush up until that 9 o'clock and certainly dropped off a wee bit. We dash air eye from Whangarei. Don't want to miss this one. Beautiful. It's NZ80 from Hong Kong. smell of jet fuel. That southerly wind that's just blowing all the fumes from the regional aircraft, the turboprops straight up into the car park. Love it. So hopefully we'll get back down to the new location we were at a couple of weeks ago. At some point over the next couple of weeks coming up. Hopefully we can get back down there for another stream. And get just a little bit higher just to get over that fence a bit more. Very shiny. Lovely with the sun glistening off it. Looks even better now that it has its black nose back as well. NZ531 heading off down to Christchurch. Siki asking, does NZE now have Wi-Fi? NZE being the registration of the 787 on screen. I think it does. I'm pretty sure they've all been done now, but I can check for you. I know someone that may know. If it doesn't, it can't be too far away from getting it. Looks like the Qantas flight to Perth is just pushing back. So NZ145 to Brisbane. Should pop out from around the corner shortly. Qantas 112 to Perth now popped up on flight radar, not on the widgets up the top yet, but see how long it takes to come up there. Also NZ284 heading off to Singapore, that's the black livery 777. It's now pinging on flight radar. Anthony Nesta, welcome. Alan Lee, welcome. Good to see you again. Tom Giffen saying it's his favourite black livery. You wait till you see OKQ Kilo Quebec heading off to Singapore. That's my favourite. It's going to look absolutely stunning. We're going to get a view of it being pushed back as well. Here we go. Not sure if we'll hear the spool up from here, but you never know. One great looking aircraft. What I might do too for the data tags is for the black liveried aircraft is actually add that in, because I'm well aware not everybody knows just by looking at the registration if it's the black livery or not. I know a lot of people do like the black liveried aircraft. Grab the Brizzy departure. If they're going to start it there, we may hear that. Lucy Dashy, thank you very, very much. Dropping in a gift of membership there this morning. It's very kind of you. Appreciate the support. Z417 heading off down to Wellington. Oopsie.
think I heard a glimpse of the startup just as that A320 was heading off to Wellington. There's the Qantas 112 in the background heading off to Perth. That should sound pretty good. Here we go. Oh, yes. Wonderful. Thank you very much to our good friend Alan Lee in the UK. He's dropping in a £5 super chat there, saying I all getting late here in the UK. Thanks for your company, Alan, and thank you very much for the kind donation there today. Much appreciated, mate. The Qantas A330s normally provide some good sound, so hopefully we get a good sound carrying through on the takeoff. Welcome along, Tony. Airport streams. Good morning. Tony's saying, "Do I live in Auckland now? I only see Auckland streams." No, normally we alternate Auckland one week, Christchurch the next, where we can. I think the last stream might have been last Tuesday in Christchurch. Bitterly cold. I don't know if I could live in Auckland. Good to see you, Tony. Hope you're keeping well. And good morning, Carol Ann. Good to see you. Well, that's it, Tony. There's certainly a lot more heavies, but more traffic in general. So I'm able to book early enough. Flights are pretty good price, or they were before the current crisis with the oil. So I managed to book a few well in advance. But yeah, it's nice just to mix things up a bit quieter and laid back in Christchurch, and then a bit more full on with the heavies up here in Auckland. Plus it's nice to get out of Christchurch for the day, go do something different. Caroline's loving all the black livery. Hopefully we'll see the Star Alliance A321 at some point. I know the
internationally configured A321 was operating out of Wellington. Yesterday I saw on Kev's stream it heading across to Brisbane. Seems to be spending a bit of time bouncing around between Wellington and Christchurch in Australia. So next out will be Qantas 112 in the One World livery, A330 heading across to Perth. Not as much heat haze as I thought there might have been today. Still looking at 2.5 or 3 k's down the runway there. Not as bad as I thought it might have been. Great, love the Qantas A330's old school General Electric CF6 engines. So we've got one of the domestic A321 Neos coming in next, not the Star Alliance one, just the standard livery. It's at 548 from Christchurch. And good morning to Was Radio. Good to see you, mate. Hope everything's all good with you over there in Sydney. So that must be NZ99 popping out on its way to Narita. We'll go back to the 777 because this one should look pretty good. Look at that. Beautiful. Singapore bound NZ284. Wow, that's got to be my favourite departure of the day so far. Just awesome. And NZ99 right behind it. That's way to Tokyo Narita. I'll get to your message in a minute, Vinny. That's very funny, mate. Here we go. I was about to say, not sure what the holdup is, and I knew as soon as I said that, they'd start rolling. NZ617 just taxiing down, also heading down to Queenstown. Being a Friday, there'll be a lot of Queenstown flights, people heading away for the weekend. And it is school holidays here as well. A few more younger people moving around than usual, no doubt. Jetstar 297 directly behind this, also heading down to Queenstown. They're going to sneak out in front. Good morning, Weston. Good to see you. And Kevin, g'day, mate. Good to see you, Kev. Alistair Holt, good morning. No, the Air New Zealand Queenstown aircraft going to go first. Thought Jetstar might have got the jump on them, turning in, well, the exit's a wee bit early. The entrance is a bit early. and away quick. We've got a arrival from Kerry coming in next, and then Jetstar should hopefully get away after that. So delays out of Kerry and Whangarei this morning just due to the approaching cyclone. And the winds no doubt making it a bit hairy for the smaller aircraft getting in and out of those airports. Oh, and big thank you to good friend Kevin from Elephant Flights Live. Stopped in a gifted membership this morning. Thank you very much, Kev. That's awesome support, mate. Hope the painting's nearly finished and you can get back to a bit of normality at home. Wonderful to see the US Air Force Herc on Kevin's stream from Wellington yesterday. I couldn't watch much of it. I was flat out at work all day, but we did have it up on the big screen in our office. And, we made sure to stop working briefly just to have a look at the Herc. It's pretty cool seeing that coming in and out of Wellington. Nesta celebrating 6 months in the VIP lounge today. Saying always a pleasure to hang with Z1 Aviation crew. Thanks very much, Anthony. It's wonderful support from you, mate. Z5043 heading off to New Plymouth. Chappie walking on the roof here. Must be doing some work on the air conditioning units. That'll be a great spot to get up and film from. Oh, Kev's saying with the painting, last internal room. This is Wellington Flights Live craft room. That's the most important room then. Oh, you'll be glad to finally be done with the interior decorating. Haven't done an awful lot of painting, but you get sick of it pretty quickly. I know I do.
wide body about to poke its nose out here. NZ81 to Hong Kong. James is saying I need to find out how to do a live stream from that spot. Nothing is impossible. It's just how much work and effort some things take. Not sure where to win that battle trying to stream from up on the roof. Got a pretty good spot up here. Pretty happy with this end of the car park actually, and not that it's been a problem recently, but the cell phone coverage seems to be a lot better down this end in terms of getting a good connection. Dean Stalker celebrating 14 months now in the Premium Lounge. That is wonderful support there, Dean. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well today. Dean saying, morning, Mike. Great to see you back in Auckland. Yeah, it's good to come up here for the day every now and again, just to see something a bit different, see a few more heavies. And, it's a day trip away from Christchurch, change of scenery and all that. But, thanks for the support, mate. It's appreciated. Jetstar 232 from Christchurch. Do lose them just behind this extended bit of the terminal there. A little bit more exaggerated down this end, but we make up with it. You can see the departing aircraft all the way down the main taxiway. No problem lurking, Dean. I've spent a good part of the last probably week and a half to 10 days or so lurking in lots of streams, just haven't been able to get into the chat, but it's always nice to have it on in the background and just listen to what's going on. Seen a lot of 787s this morning. Going to completely lose the tail of this dash just behind the pop-up of the building here. Edge Adams Saab coming in next from Whakatane. Flight 829. I'm also keen to see today with the data tags if I've missed out any airlines, because the way I've set it up and programmed it excludes all light aircraft. So when we're in Christchurch, we won't get all the Aero Club little training aircraft popping up, and at the moment it excludes helicopters and ground vehicles. I think I've captured everything that comes into Auckland. I did notice yesterday there's one that I'd missed. Quickly popped it in last night. They make a lot of noise, the wee Saabs, don't they, for such a small plane? And Barry Air right in behind. AJ Ryder, thank you very much, mate. Take care. Enjoy your supper, and thanks for the awesome call-outs, buddy. You do an absolutely fantastic job putting the extra information up on the screen for everyone. Not just on this stream, but I know you do it for a lot of other ones too. It's very much appreciated by a lot of people. So good on you, mate. Thank you. Oh, James is just saying he thinks that I should stay in Auckland for a couple more days and do a Sunday stream. I'll be honest, I'm not that keen to be up here when that weather hits. It might make for good viewing for everyone at home, but I think it'll be pretty dangerous. I've been up here twice before in 50k winds. Once on my own, and then once with Sean from Sky Squad TV. He did a mega stream from up here right before he left for the UK, and that was just insane. The wind and the rain coming through here. So borderline dangerous. So probably not that keen for it. And then I'd be stuck here. Zeki saying no ASL. No, not if it's not departing or arriving. If it doesn't have a flight number assigned, it shouldn't show up. So anything that's being towed around should be excluded. I think Telly and Z might be right. Could be being towed down to the engine run-up area. So right at the end of taxiway Bravo, there's a Bravo 10 engine run area. Big, looks like a big round black asphalt circle. Just one of the designated engine run areas at Auckland Airport, high power engine run area. So that's where they'll take all the 777s, 787s. After engine changes, they all go down there. Full power takeoff test. We've got the black Star Alliance livery A321 coming in next from Queenstown. It'll be NZ614. They've turned in, so maybe they're going around to the new hard stand area that's being constructed over the northern side of the international terminal, and to be parked up to head off somewhere later on. It's looking pretty good. we'll have a wee look. We probably will see that one head off again back down to Queenstown, no doubt. Let's have a look and see what it's doing. Yeah, 12:25 back down to Queenstown for that one. Another Palmerston northbound Dashi heading off there, NZ5 5115. Looks like NZ532 just landed. Big shout out to Lance and Sandra in Wellington. Thanks for watching. NZ535 to Christchurch is also pushing back. Try not to miss the next arrival, NZ422 from Wellington. Grab that one in a second. Bit of a wee traffic jam here, actually going out, and the Barrier Air Grand Caravan.
So that's not showing up on the data tag, but it should do at some point. Next arrival will be from Dunedin, Z676. Breeze has swung around to the southeast a wee bit. It's definitely a wee bit more than 4 knots, I think, up here. Oh, so I hear the comment there. Someone said it sounds like a steam train in the background. I think I know what you're referring to. So that's when it's probably more pronounced on the Dash 8 when they go from flight idle to ground idle. It's when the props are just, now they've put it into flight. You can hear it wind up. When it's in that low speed ground idle state, it's got that sort of steam train chugga sound to it. Hadn't really noticed it too much until saw the comment there. Was it a grand idle? Maybe for props, should say feathered. Just watch this little Cessna Caravan head off up to Kaitaia.
Welcome along, Danielle. Good to see you. Lloyd Fox, welcome. NZ535 has finally made it down and lining up, ready to head off to Christchurch. Right, next one out, Dashi heading off to Whangarei, NZ5224. We've got another Jetstar A321neo inbound from Auckland, from Sydney, sorry, and the Air Callan A320 coming in from Noumea. It's making its way down from Northland and about half an hour away. On the rain radar, that incoming weather is looking pretty nasty. The Cathay 113 from Hong Kong. Also got Singapore 285. All under an hour away. And Qantas 73s coming in from Melbourne and Sydney. We've also got the Qantas 787 in from Brisbane today, and the Qantas 3 from Sydney that continues on to New York. James S is saying looks like we've got a Learjet heading in. Now that will not probably, that won't pick up on the new data tags. Air Affairs Australia, Learjet 36A. Very nice. So 1, 2, number 3 for arrival on that one. And Aviation Pete, g'day mate. Good to see you. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. Just grab a quick drink and then we'll pick up on this Learjet coming in. Might better go for just a very short walk a bit later, and we'll show you some of the view you can see from the eastern side of the car park here that we don't normally get to see. So one of the engines on hangars has got the doors open at the moment. There's a few jet engines parked outside, which is something that something you don't see every day. Arrival from Gisborne. So next inbound should be an ATR coming in from Blenheim, and then we should see this Learjet James was alluding to. In fact, what we could do while we can maybe skip that ATR, I'll show you something a bit different. So over the back there we've got, that used to be the old 747 hangar. Back when New Zealand had 747s. It's pretty much just used for the wide bodies now, and then there's this big long hangar here. Some may remember, maybe a bit older than me, back in the DC-8 and DC-10 days. Used to be in there, and after that 767 maintenance. Now mainly used for the short-term 2 to 3 day checks that they do. And then they've got the hangar here, which is used for overnight maintenance on the turboprops. A couple of engines parked outside here. So it looks like one of the Trents off the 787. Not too sure about that one. We'll just come back a bit because that lamp pole's obscuring that. Big engines. And the regional gates down here, so we've got the Barry Air aircraft there, ATR here, another ATR, is it parked next to it? Sorry, Dash parked next to it. On the other hangar, which we didn't point out, is this big white one over the back. So that's the brand new one. It's all being made out of wood, all the support beams. quite impressive. There's a lot of activity happens over there on a day-to-day basis. And the part of the car park that we're in, the uncovered part, they've actually started pulling it down. Not too sure if that's for regional gate expansion or if there's something else happening there. Probably we've just missed the Learjet landing. Oh well. We'll still get a good look at it when it comes off the runway. So it pops its nose out of here. Here we go. James saying the bypass ratio on modern jet engines is, on turbofans, is nutty. Yeah, it's huge. You go stand up next to one if you ever get the opportunity. They're truly behemoth, huge monsters of a thing. But yeah, very, very high bypass ratio. Australia registered. Might see that one head out again later on, maybe. So Jetstar 203 from Sydney due in next. To see, we've got another air channels popped up on the arrivals tile there, coming from Wanganui, another Saab. James is very kindly dropping in a $5 super chat there, saying encouragement for Sunday Auckland stream. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't this weekend. Travel back to Christchurch is already firm and locked in place, and they've got plans for the rest of the weekend, unfortunately. Imagine if it gets too bad, they could quite possibly cancel a lot of the flights anyway that'll be operating through here, so we wouldn't be watching much. But thanks for that super chat there, James. Appreciate that support. I'll take it as encouragement to hurry up and get a Wellington stream in. Need to make that happen. And Reuters, good morning. Good to see Andy. Gumpy, welcome, asking, am I doing any streams for the storm this weekend? No, I won't be. Not too sure if anybody else has got any plans to, but definitely not from me. Try and straighten this tripod up again. It's after a little walk, it's gone a little bit wonky. Should be a bit better. The Wamos aircraft heading out. NZ290 off to Denpasar. Now that one hasn't popped up on the data tag, so that'd be another one I'll take a note of. Just popped up now. And Jenny Ann, welcome. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is good with you down there in Wellington. Sheep's Eye View, welcome. That must be Tally 2 Sheep. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. And good morning to the lovely Skittles. How are you, Melanie? Good to see you, mate. Oh, Sheep's Eye View is Tally 2 Sheep. Welcome. It's a cool name. Oh, Kevin's saying Kiwi does storms white, so Katie's maybe popping up for a weekend stream. definitely will be keeping an eye out for that one. Geez, there's something about that A330 that just, they always sound so good on takeoff. Jenny NZ's keen for me to do a Wellington stream, but before it gets too cold. It hasn't been through lack of trying, I must say that. It's nearly happened twice. And it just hasn't worked out. Right, Reuters 407, Andy, member for 12 months now in the VIP lounge. Awesome stuff, mate. Saying that Final Fantasy VII Victory Fanfare MP3. I'm not even sure what that means. But thanks for the support, Andy. Welcome, George Patterson. Jenny's saying the A330 feels powerful when in them too, really quick. I've been in one once, one of the old Cathay A330s that was actually part of Dragonair. About 10 years ago, got to do a quick trip domestically in China in one, and yeah, it was quite nice to ride in. Get that nice buzzsaw sound from the engines on the inside. Similar to the A320 domestics that you get here. So Air Callan next in, flight 410 from Noumea. Part is going to pop out. There we go. Beautiful livery on the Air Callan.
Great looking aircraft. The A330-900 they've got as well. Looks spectacular. Welcome along, Seattle Flights, new subscriber. Thank you very much. Good to see you. This one up again on the other side. Got another A320 pushing back. It's like a NZ619 to Queenstown pushing back. That's the A321. And NZ580 coming in from Christchurch. Jetty's saying, does the Nightbot have a problem with the Meta? It looks like it's on the fritzy, doesn't it? I'm sure it'll come right. AJ Ryder saying Cathay due in about 30 minutes. Yep, and I think Singapore wasn't too far behind that. There's also Fiji coming in with the A330 today as well. And Chris Frank, welcome. Good to see you, Chris. Smashed the 500 likes already. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Thank you very much, everyone. Shine Walkie. And another one. That was the Edge Haddam Saab starting up. Very noisy. Welcome along, Black Fang. Good to see you, mate. G'day there to Steiny V8s. Good to see you again. Quite managed to get one turn before it disappears into the roof area.
Sometimes they do turn quite early, but haven't seen any yet. So Air Chatham's, well, I'm just going to say it's heading south. It's the last time I tried to pronounce this, I got told off by Jenny Ann. It's heading towards near Wellington area. Queenstown flight, A321 that took off just before. Jetstar 231, next one to head off, also down to Christchurch. Oh, Jenny, you've been told off too. Right. Paraumu. Welcome Chrissy, you're watching from Albury, across the ditch, New South Wales. Kelly saying the A320 was noisy. Yeah, there's definitely a difference, but even though they're the same base engine, the variant of them must be different between Jetstar and Air New Zealand, because there's definitely a difference in tone. Just pushed the dashie back all the way over here. Better get a sneaky look through that. So it's making the steam train sound that I think it was Western saying before. See, the props are just, they're not rotating too quick at the moment. When they take them out of feather, they'll spool up to the grand idle for taxiing. Here we go. See the pitch change there as they start to go forward. It's pretty cool. One more quick look at it here until it disappears behind the terminal. So it's heading off to New Plymouth. It's at 5045. Welcome, Cohen. Good to see you. Really good smells coming across from the exhaust vents in the terminal. We don't get the McDonald's smell down this end of the car park. McDonald's is just it's over in this part of the terminal over here towards the Jetstar side. All the vents are sort of blowing opposite way from where we are, but whatever's down in here, it smells pretty good at the moment. Like Qantas 151 is not too far away. So that must be the one from Melbourne. Cathay in behind that. And Singapore 285 in behind that. It's Qantas 151 next to land. Greg MEL, welcome. Good to see you, mate. Karen Glenn, good morning. Oh wow, Karen, that sounds painful, mate. Fellow the vacuum cleaner called yesterday and hurt the ribs. Currently in hospital. That's no good, no good. I hope you get well soon. Yeah, sore ribs are not very pleasant at all. Nice noisy arrival from the 737. Can return this one to sender. It's got the wrong paint livery on it. Very often we see a narrow body going all the way down the end. Normally able to pull up much sooner. Cathay not too far away. Should be the next one to come in. Welcome along, Aqua Boy. Good to see you. Oh, Suze is a fan of the Paws livery. No, I don't like it. For anyone wondering what we're talking about with paws, just on the Kangaroo here. Little paws tucked underneath. The updated livery doesn't have that. And it's got a nice grey sort of fade along the edge of the red.
Another great looking aircraft. Singapore can't be too far away. Oh, just crossing over the Manukau Heads now. Have a couple of minutes out. Some noisy ATR in the background. Oh, TeleNZ saying the new Qantas logo doesn't have the ears either. Hadn't noticed that. Have to go back and have another look. NZ127 to Melbourne, 787 operated service today. Just looks like it's just heading out. Singapore 285, just seconds away. Should see it any moment. There we go. think there was another Qantas flight coming in straight after. Might be a little bit further back than I was thinking. Should be plenty of time for NZ127 to head on out. Which it is. It's lining up now. Normally we have a really high 777 count here at Auckland, but today it's certainly been the 787 stealing the show. We've had, I've lost count, it's been a heap. Seems to be way more than normal. Another arrival from Queenstown, not too far away. Welcome, Dermot. Good to see you.
God, we still had the Singapore A350 down here. Must have just been waiting. Clearance through the regional gate area there. Next to land will be NZ612 from Queenstown. Wind's well and truly swung around more to the southeast. It was pretty much due south when we started. NZ539, that's 1-2 depart, heading off down to Christchurch.
few dark clouds rolling in from the east. Doesn't look threatening though. There's no rain forecast until tomorrow morning. Qantas 141 from Sydney. Should be able to see that any second. Getting a waft of two flavours there, kerosene and Jet 81 and kebab. I don't think there's a kebab shop in the terminal, but it's certainly what it smells like. Welcome Festo, good to see you. Thanks everyone for the 600 likes too. Greg saying, lucky we didn't cop the weather. Lucky we didn't cop the weather that you guys had over there yesterday. Yeah, I think that there's two cyclones at the moment, isn't there? There's one around that northern part of Queensland, and then there's a second one that's sort of skipped along the side of Fiji and then heading straight for the northern half of the North Island. So it's going to be pretty rough up here tomorrow night into Sunday. Certainly be windy. A fair bit of rain, no doubt. But hopefully it's not as bad as they forecast, and people have taken precautions and keep themselves safe. And hopefully, if people don't need to be out doing anything, the best place to be is at home. Tucked up safe and sound.
NZ538, arrival from Christchurch. The ATR heading off to Tauranga, NZ5147. NZ952 to Nandi. It's now popped up as well. It's number 787 heading off. The Fiji 411 from Nandi is about 19 minutes away. So another A330. Joshua Leclerc, good afternoon to you. And JP Mac Aviation, welcome. Good to see you, James. So you are like number 622. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Chris Frank saying that Franksy the legend, he's going to be out working Sunday. And, Chris will be tucked up nice and warm at home. I'm sure Franksy will be just fine. JP Mac very kindly dropping in a gifted membership this afternoon. Thanks, James. That's a wonderful support, mate. Really do appreciate that. Good to see you here again. James also asking, I wonder if the car park building you're in, if its days are numbered. I guess the rental car companies will either stay there or move closer to the international terminal. Well, the rental car companies do have offices now in the new, they call it the transport hub, I think. That's the proper name for it. So there are rental car offices in there. I guess once the new integrated terminal is open, domestic moves over there, there's probably no need for all those rental car companies to be downstairs here, so you could be right. It's likely that those companies may move out. They'll keep the building for car parking or some other purpose in the meantime, but I haven't seen on the future plans what this looks like. It was still here, so it's quite possible that will change, but yeah, it'd be a shame to lose this spot. But there's a couple of other good areas we can go to. Darryl Nelson popping in to say hi while he's on his lunch break. He's been a member in the VIP lounge now for 8 months. Good to see you, Darryl. Hope you're doing well, mate. And thanks so much for the awesome support for the last 8 months. Hope Jeannie made you a nice lunch to take to work, Darryl. Concrete pumps change position. The ATR coming in. battery check. Looks like we're all good. Oh, right, Jenny Dowell's a work from home person. Right. Yes, I used to do that in a past life. It was quite good, having the kitchen right next to the office. Definitely thinking the weather widgets had a bit of a malfunction down the bottom there. There's no way it's only 3 knots. If you look at that windsock, that's at least 10 to 15. If not a little bit more. Got a Dashi coming in. That was a long way out though. There's plenty of time for this one to get out. So the Star Alliance A321 heading off to Queenstown. NZ637, also got NZ425 pushback, heading down to Wellington. Tally's saying the wind's only 11 kilometres. Maybe it is correct then. It certainly feels stronger than that up here. But even looking at the windsock just straight across from us here, there's no way there's 3 knots.
actually, what I might do, might see if we can give it the weather thing a bit of a reboot. I might have broken it. Gave the weather the Wookie, the weather program a bit of a reboot, and it's dropped down to 2 knots. See Fiji's now coming into range. So that can't be too far away. Just turning over the Manukau heads now. And ends in 175 to Perth, pushing back. 787, 777 operating that one today. Air Callan also pushing back. Jetstar 292 arrival from Queenstown. Next one to come in. Thanks, AJ Ryder. Your 10 minutes for Fiji. Jonathan Zhao, welcome. This is the Perth service. Hoping we might hear a bit of the spool up if we're lucky.
Hayden's saying that the Franks and the Nelsons misbehave more than I do. That's debatable. You're just very cheeky, Hayden. Fiji and A330 should pop into view. A couple of seconds, we'll pick up on that. And a bit of a spool up while we're at it. Nice. Wow, a very early exit for Fiji. Hard on the brakes. Nice off to Queenstown. Oh, that's cool. A330 and 777 both together. Next to arrive, NZ 110 coming in from Sydney. Definitely an early exit for this one.
extremely steep climb for that one. AJ Ryder saying that engine 175 will be his last call out. Not a problem, mate. Not a problem at all. Like I said before, really appreciate you putting the extra information into the chat there. Very heat hazy looking down there now. And off we go. Dashi inbound next from Whangarei. We've got 320 not too far away from Wellington, and just see how far away the 787 coming in from Brisbane. Qantas 119, about half an hour out. Another battery in, we're all good to go.
NZ675 heading off down to Dunedin. And NZ424 from Wellington, not too far away, right in behind it. Cool having these early rotations. See the gear and everything go up a lot closer to us rather than so far off into the distance. Take care, AJ Ryder. Thanks again, mate. Good afternoon, HD Malberg. Hopefully I've said that one right. Tuning in from Ohio. Where are they heading off to? I'm taking the long way round. Wonder why they're going up that side. Arrival from Napier into 5012. do like that front-on shot of ATR, especially with the yellow tips on the end of the props. Just see which gate they're going to. We might better have a sneaky look down the side again. Oh yeah, that's looking very dark over towards the east. Look at that. Oh no, the ATR's staying around on the southern side, I think. Go around. How are they doing? Just see the tail through the back here. No, not coming round. Okay, so we won't see them pull into the gate that we can see straight through the column here. Alright, the wonderful Jenny N, one of our awesome mods, been a member now for 13 months in the Premium Lounge. It's a wonderful support, Jenny. Thank you so much, mate. Jenny's saying 13 months of supporting a terrific channel with a terrific host. Thoroughly enjoy your streams, Mike. Keep doing the good stuff. That's very kind, Jenny. It's really nice to see that sort of feedback. And, thanks for your awesome support, mate. Do an absolutely wonderful job and very entertaining. Seeing the banter between yourself and Daryl, Hayden and a few others. It's always put a smile on my face. Thanks again for that awesome support, mate. I'll let you know when we finally make it to Wellington to do a stream there. Callan 411 heading back to Noumea. I think we've also got the Jetstar heading out. I just saw the glimpse of the A321 there. Yeah, Jetstar 204 back to Sydney. Sydney flight, just sneaking out. Oh, very nice, Jenny. Just been delivered lunch, peanut butter sandwich, a banana, and a cup of tea. I must say, I do miss a few days in Wellington recently to visit family, and I do miss the lunches there from the Yarmouth Bakery. Definitely gave the sausage roll cabinet a thrashing. Callan rolling. Made its way down there very quickly. Oh wow, really early rotation. Back to Nemea. Tell you what, there may be no rain forecast, but those clouds are very, very ominous to the east. Have another check of the forecast in a second. See if there's been an update. It's still saying scattered clouds and 8 knots southerly. Turn and burn for Jetstar 204, back off to Sydney. NZ429 to Wellington. It's a noisy ATR. ATR's heading off to Nelson. good afternoon, Butsy. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is going well for you, mate. And Black Duck, good afternoon. Butsy's very kindly dropped in an Aussie $3 there, saying shout out to the legends Franksy and Mrs. Chris Frank. They certainly are both legends. Thank you, mate. Thank you, Butsy, for that. Wonderful support. Imagine poor old Franksy's probably having a snooze as if he's working tonight, working over the is it tonight or tomorrow? I can't remember what you said now, Chris. He's going to be in the thick of the bad weather, be needing his beauty sleep. Aviation, Pete, good to see you, mate. Heading off to Nelson for this one. So it ends at 542, not too far away. Qantas 119, also not too far away. Just over 10 minutes away for the 787 coming in from Brisbane, Qantas 119, to see where the Sydney one is. Delayed to 250, Qantas 3. Just under 15 minutes away, you should see Cathay 198 heading back to Hong Kong. Quick turnaround for Fiji Airways, 2 o'clock back off to Nandi. 10 past 2, got Singapore 286 heading back out. But he's just saying there's a lot of work going on at the airport. Yeah, most of the noise you can hear is probably the, I'll show you, it's the drop-offs pick up for domestic. So Air New Zealand, well, and Jetstar on this side. The piecework, because we're down the other end of the car park to normal, so the bit that we would normally see is over through the other side in here. And that's where all the commercial vendors will drop off the food for the stores that are preparing meals and things, servicing vehicles, all that sort of stuff. It's normally a lot noisier over there, but seems to be the noise has picked up a bit more on this side just since lunch, I think. Really, there's a lot of buses in and out, but it is Friday, end of the working week, school holidays, and probably a reasonable amount of people maybe looking to head away for the weekend rather than weather the storm that's coming. So it's not looking that flash over there, to be honest. The wind has swung around pretty much to the east. It's looking pretty gnarly over the distance there, over down towards South Auckland. If it does rain, we'll, even though it's not supposed to, we will pick up and walk. We'll just have to make a space down the other end somewhere, because the rain will come straight in here. We'll get absolutely drenched. Here he is. Everyone stand up and welcome Franksy into the room. Good to see you, mate. Floors all done, washing's done, floors polished, beds made, and washing folded. And you've done the lawns and made dinner. You're a weapon and a legend, Franksy. I wish I was half as good as you, mate. Well done. It's at 542 from Christchurch. A few seconds away.
Yeah, look at the breeze now on that windsock. It's fair howling through there. The Jetstar aircraft we saw this morning, seen a few of these ones with the weird registrations, the X-Ray 3 Echo. I don't know if that's one of the ones that's been redeployed from Jetstar Japan, Jetstar Asia. So coming back from Dunedin, flight 282. NZ543 starting up on the screen. It's going to be heading back down to Christchurch, and we've also got Jetstar 233 pushing back, also heading off to Christchurch. And Franksy's gone and dropped in a $5 super chat there, replying to Butsy, saying, shout out to that bloody legend Butsy. Good to see you again, buddy. Did they run out of donuts in Brizzy and you had to shift to Alice? That's very cheeky, Franksy. Very cheeky, mate. But thank you very much for that kind $5 donation there. Make sure to stock up on your supplies, Franksy, for the impending weather. Make sure you've got plenty of soup. Keep your strength up. And stay safe on the road, mate, if you're working over the weekend.
waiting for Jetstar gate. It's got one aircraft coming out. Frank's back to work 2 a.m. Sunday. Yeah, just look after yourself, buddy. I don't think the weather's going to be that great around that time. Thanks everyone for the 700 likes. Absolutely fantastic. Qantas 119, looks like it's the next to arrive. Wow, lots of smoke. They might be heading for the early exit there as well. NZ 543 on its way, climbing off to that dark cloud. Jetstar 233 to Christchurch, finally heading out, lining up. Check. I've got another weather page I'm going to have a quick look at. See if that's telling me the same info we've got on our widget on the screen. Too. That's bizarre. Must be something with the where the weather data is coming from, maybe. NZ5021 heading off to Napier. Looks like the Meta has fixed itself on Nightbot. That's good. Oh, welcome along, Dial-Up Dan. Watching from Oregon in the US. Good to see you. Qantas 144 back to Sydney is now pinging on flight radar. Cathay shouldn't be too far away. Stewart at 125, so just slightly running over time. While we wait for Qantas 144 to pop on now, I'll take you for another walk, come back over here, we'll have a look at what other little planes are parked up just around by the hangars here. We don't normally get to see this side. Quick message, just need to respond to there. And what else we got over here? That was still there from the last time we had a look, and definitely looked over the back before. Oh, NXJ, yes, we've seen that one come in and out a few times on various Auckland streams. See that sky over the back, it's getting very dark. So they've moved those engines too that were sitting just outside here. So you can't see it now, but there's the two bays that are open there, and then this third one that's in behind these doors here. I think we could see it earlier. There's like a big white tent in there, which is humidity and temperature control to keep the engines in, keep them in their optimal condition. It's not noisy ATR coming in. Let's go back and have a wee look. Just realised I've gone to the wrong spot. I'm on the wrong side of the cabinetry. That's better. I was looking down thinking those cables weren't there before. It's much better. arrival from New Plymouth, Z5034. Still no pushback from Qantas 144. Welcome back, Zeki. And yeah, frankly, the scaffolding is still all up on the western side. Yep. That's partly why I've come down this end today. Partly because of the wind direction. I just wanted to see what the departures would be like without being so blocked like we are down the other end. Partly for the scaffold, but partly because somebody was very inconsiderate in their parking and completely almost eliminated the spot where we usually stream from, which is a no parking area. So that begs the question, why would you park there? Not to worry, it's been quite good down this end. It's the first time I've done it from the spot here. Apart from the arrivals coming in, if you're not onto it, I've missed a couple. I think you get a much better view of a full runway length. Hey there, Robert Clenny, good to see you. Alright, Gisborne bound Dashi, NZ5167. Seki, that's actually quite funny. Next on Getting Lost with Michael.
for those that have been up here, this end of the car park's orientated just a little bit different to the normal end. They've both got big areas of equipment. And these giant steel boxes, but they're just slightly different how it's all laid out. It's easy to walk into the wrong area. I think we're going to get some rain. I definitely felt a drop then. Okay there, Leah. Good to see you again. Cathay pinging now as well. CX198 back to Hong Kong. Qantas 144 is pushed back, and Qantas 154 also pinging. That one off to Melbourne. Wow, so the new data tag system's picked up NZ616 already. Must be within the 20-mile cutoff that I've put in there. So yeah, NZ428 from Wellington and NZ616 from Queenstown, not too far away. Both of those should be followed not too far behind Jetstar 258 from Wellington. So NZ120 from Melbourne, A321neo, not too far away either. So it looks like that cloud layer that I've been showing you, there's like a, looking at the flight radar, there's like a speckled band of cloud, which looks like a shower front ahead of the main cyclone mass that's sort of heading this way. So if this is the speckled bit that we're getting, I hate to think what the main part's going to look like. Maybe this time tomorrow. Get NZ428 coming in Wellington. I'll just grab a quick drink after that.
Oh, Sticky, the roofers are down the other end, mate, down the western end. So I'm down the eastern end, and the wind's pretty much howling direct easterly at the moment. They haven't even started down this end actually yet. It's probably next in line once they've finished where they are at the moment. Got the Qantas 7.3s finally on the move. First of two, so this one heading back to Sydney. And next inbound NZ616 coming back from Queenstown. Welcome back, Kev. That sounds serious, Kev. Factory resetting the YOLO box. Qantas 144 is on its way. like Cathay is just about ready to poke its nose out. We'll point the camera that way, grab a quick drink. Welcome along, Rich King. Oh, you're down the lookout at the south end, so on the approach to the airport. Wouldn't mind going down to those lookouts, the same ones that KDS uses, but problem for me is because I come from out of town, I don't have a car, and it's quite a hike down there carrying gear. So that's the main reason I haven't been down there. It's NZ120 coming in from Sydney. Qantas 154 to Melbourne, making its way out now as well. It's waiting on Jetstar 258 from Wellington. Welcome Steve Russ from Hokitika, good to see you. Those hills just over behind us are getting a hammering with the rain at the moment. Right, got Cathay on the roll. I just caught the gear going up before we lost it. Wow, look at this over here. Look how dark that is. It's just pouring with rain. That's not too far away. NZ544 coming in from Christchurch next. Singapore 286 now pinging as well, and Fiji 410. Was 154 to Melbourne on its way. NZ547 push back, heading off back down to Christchurch. And Robert Glennie very kindly has gone and dropped in a $5 super chat there, saying, Northern peeps, I hope you all stay safe over the next 48 to 72 hours. The incoming cyclone has red warnings for wind in the Coromandel area. Very nice message there, Robert, and appreciate you dropping in that $5 super chat today. Yep, really, really just hope for the best, that it's not as bad as forecast, and that people do take it seriously and listen to the authorities and just be as best prepared as they can. If you don't need to go outside, don't. If you don't need to travel, don't. Welcome along, Alex NZ. Phone pad, good to see you. Might be a bumpy flight out of Auckland. Yes, I'd say probably will be a bit later on. Not too sure how long we'll go for. Just see what's happening with the movements. Not so worried about the weather today, but definitely didn't want to be up here for the whole weekend. Welcome back, Telly, Sheep's Eye View. New name. Siki's saying it's 19 and nice and sunny in Christchurch. Well, that's something to look forward to. So this won't be on the data tag. I haven't loaded these bespoke operations into it. Glenn Martin saying it's getting really dark in Auckland, totally different to this morning, looks nasty. Yes, it does, mate. Just looking out towards the east now, it's looking very dark and ominous. And just looking at the flying radar, weather radar overlay. That dark cloud is represented by some green blobs on here, which looks like a sort of a pre-front to the main cyclone front heading. Oh, we have got a China Eastern today. Excellent. About an hour away. Coming in from Shanghai. Love the China Eastern 777s. No Korean today, no Air Canada. Singapore just poking its nose out. afternoon, Michael Hardman. Good to see you. Going to get photobombed by the Smith's crane coming through the middle there. Ah, Seki, yes, we're up 777 likes. That's pretty cool. Right, into 547's lined up, heading off to Christchurch. Just get that one. We've got poking out there with Singapore. Oh, Max, Neon Pixel celebrating 4 months at the VIP Lounge. Oh, it's wonderful stuff. Good to see you, Max. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thank you for the 4 months of support. Siki's saying that Smith's trains have got their branding sorted, unlike the concrete pump earlier. Yeah, they must have known that there's going to be a stream today. NZ433 heading off to Wellington. Maybe it's not on flight radar because maybe they're towing it down to the hangar, or maybe to domestic. See Fiji's just coming out now as well. Not quite said, just blocked there by the wall. Oh, no problem at all, Robert Glennie. Yep, Singapore shouldn't be too far away from heading off. Thanks for being here today. Welcome, Megan. Good to see you. See Fiji now coming into the picture. So both will be waiting for NZ951. A321neo inbound from Nandi in Fiji. Look at the rudder going on the touchdown. Singapore's going to sneak out in front of Jetstar coming in. Nice growl for the takeoff. Fiji 410 next to depart back to Nandi. Let's go, Fiji. There was a better growl from the Cathay A350. Jetstar 131 coming back from the Gold Coast. Rain's getting tantalisingly closer. Almost at the lookouts, I think. Just looking over behind. Welcome along, Andy Evans, and thank you, mate. That's very kind of you to say so. Hope you're having a wonderful day down there in sunny Invercargill. bit of a rush to get to the terminal. Thank you, Carol Ann. And Sheep's Eye View saying, enjoy Auckland streams so much. Yeah, I did too. Often wondered if I lived here, would I enjoy them as much? I don't think I could live in Auckland, but it is nice coming up every now and again, just having a day doing this. Just speaking of Invercargill, next arrival is NZ698 coming back from Invercargill. We saw that one head off this morning. Just pop below the beam there any second. Quite nice colours in the background there, the green of the grass in the middle of the taxiways, and then that sort of turquoisey water. It's like the tide's coming back in, and those different shades of grey heading out towards the back there. NZ546 from Christchurch, next arrival. Thank you everyone for the 800 likes. Seen not long ago I was saying thank you for the 700. You all really are a great bunch. Really do appreciate it.
always the best way to help or support any channel is give the like button a bit of a kick. Of course, it's free, but it certainly helps a channel out. Well, Butsy's still lurking. It's all good. No worries. Oh, you're forgiven, Butsy. You're forgiven. You're a busy man. Chatham Saab due in next from, I'm just going to say Para Umu, flight 655. Be pretty noisy once it comes past us. Okay, I can already hear it. Does anybody know why the registration on this one is KRA? All the other Chatham Saabs ZK-CI something. Why is this one different? Does anybody know? Franksy, you are too kind, buddy. Franksy's just going to drop $10 super chat there, saying, treat yourself to a bowl of soup to have on the way home, buddy. Great stream, pal. I might do that when I get back, mate. I'll kick back with Katie and we'll have a soup each. Thanks for that awesome support, Franksy. You're a legend, mate. Stay safe this weekend, eh?
Here comes the rain, which wasn't forecast. A nice big green blob on the radar sitting right over the airport now. Nobody knows why this one's registered ZKKRA. So the reason is because this used to belong to Kiwi Regional Airlines, which was a startup a long time ago now. It all fell apart, and H. Adams acquired the Saab Kiwi Regional used to operate, and just kept the registration the same. Back shortly. iPad touchscreens don't like water, and the screen isn't working. It's going to make streaming very difficult. Got Jetstar 175 coming in from the Sunshine Coast, Maroochydore. So Evad's got it, and Tony got it. Airport streams, nice. Franksy put here, just got a phone call. Forest will be closed this week until Monday, so I won't go back till 9 PM Monday night. Devastated. I bet you are, Franksy. I bet you are. There's only one thing to do then, mate. So Suze, yes, that's dead right. Yeah, the Chatham Islands ATRs were ex-Air NZ and they've kept their Air New Zealand registration. Yep, that's right. So MCO and MCU, I'm just going to move back a wee bit. Got a little bit of protection from some of the electronic equipment that's up here in the car park. Should be alright for now. If it gets really bad, we'll go down the other end of the car park and try and find a little space to squeeze into. bit of a shock for these folk on this plane getting off here after, I imagine it would have been quite nice over on the sunny coast just north of Brisbane. Robert Glennie's saying hardly any rain. Yeah, I'm not using the Met Service one. There's a rain radar built into flight radar that I'm using, aviation radar. It's definitely a band of nastiness sitting right over the airport at the moment. Here we go, look at that, Tele NZ with some awesome history on ZKKRA. It's even looking at the Met Service forecast there, Robert. There's supposed to be no showers or rain or anything until around 11 AM tomorrow. So I guess it's quite fickle with what's happening at the moment. NZ 623 off down to Queenstown. Star 246 from Christchurch. A quick check on the China Eastern shortly. Looking forward to seeing that one. Need a bit more water to come down, and the runway should be nice and wet when the 777 arrives from China Eastern. Next arrival looks like it will be Qantas 175 from Adelaide. Move some gear for a second. Better. Adelaide arrival. Oh, James, that's cheeky. Asking Franksy if he's responsible for all the potholes. Franksy drives logging trucks. NZ620 arrival from Queenstown. Yes, Italian Z, next for your message there, no ears and no pause. Sorry, no pause and no ears, just a cone head. Indeed. Z623 to Queenstown.
Qantas 3 not too far away. We should have NZ142 next. The wee ATR land from Napier, and then Qantas 3 behind that. NZ142 from Brisbane's the next one in. Now that I've stepped back, that beam is right in the spot where we can't. Oh no, here we go. Just about to come into view. See if we can just step forward for the 787 coming in.
misty down the western end. Definitely won't make the early exit for this one. Haven't seen any of the special livery Qantas 787s for a long time on any of the Auckland streams. They seem to be scheduled on other routes. See the weather in the background there, it's pretty rubbish. It's like they're consolidating all the equipment on the construction zone on the taxiway. Just from behind the 787 there. Just in preparation for what's coming. Life flight just arrived. So we need to add this one into our database so that we'll see it on future streams. Welcome along, Nick Rule. Good to see you. What's he saying? The hot dog's pinging, is it? Let's have a look. That it is, that it is. That'll be good. See if we can get a little bit higher up on the... We weren't getting as many wires just before. That's better, that's a bit better. So ATR coming in next from Palmerston North. And we've got NZ102 from Sydney. It's another A321neo. Another Jetstar A320 from Queenstown and behind that. Welcome, Rohit. NZ102 next to land. Take care, Robert Glennie. Lovely to see you again today. Yeah, Aquaboy, there's an issue with the data feed coming through for the weather, just for the temperature and for the wind. The wind speed. The wind direction seems to be working all right.
it's not something that I can fix here. It's that data comes from a third-party provider. It looks like it's down for anyone else that uses it as well. Another Queenstown arrival next, Jetstar 296. Along Aviation, Auckland. Jetstar 236 will be the next arrival from Christchurch. And another Qantas 73 in behind that. Flight 143 also coming from Sydney. Lots of Sydney flights with Qantas today.
NZ549 is going to sneak out in front of the arrival from Sydney. We've got Qantas 153 from Melbourne as well. Seem to be operating in pairs. So we've got another Rarotonga service heading out. NZ948 pushing back. Just A321 operating the second service today. We never saw the DHL 76. It was pinging. It looks like it's disappeared again. Got another Air Chatham's Saab heading out. Well, it's our the KRA Rego one again, heading off down to Whakatane.
So on screen we've got NZ551 sending off down to Christchurch, and we've also got NZ481 pushed back, ready to head off down to Wellington. And here's our arrival from Melbourne. Oh, it's the Manawuji. Nice. China Eastern has popped up. Flight 279 from Shanghai, just passing over the Manukau Heads at the moment. Welcome Maxine, good to see you. Yes, Siki, saying no Qantas levies on the stream theory. Gone bigger. I was more referring to the 7.8. I really like the Yam Dreaming livery on that one. I haven't seen it for a long time. China Eastern next to land. Yes, Maxine, cyclone certainly is heading this way. This stage is probably more most of the North Island's going to feel the effects, bear the brunt of it. very minimalistic look, but I just like the look of China Eastern livery, especially on the 777. See, they've packed everything away quite nice and neatly on this works that they're doing down here at the moment. Everything's all been pushed into the centre and all the cars and vehicles around it just to protect everything. NZ551 heading off there to Christchurch. NZ550 just arrived in from Christchurch. Bit of a bottleneck of Q300s coming out of the regional gates at the moment. Need to hold up. On the move. China Southern A350 coming in about 10 minutes. Be the first time I think I've seen the A350 from them here in Auckland. Used to bring in the 777. Good day there, Francis. Lovely to see you.
and welcome. I'm just Baz. Wishing you all the safest of weekends from across the pond in Oz. Thanks, Baz. Yeah, I think if people just follow the warnings that have been given and don't do anything that's dumb. If you don't need to be out and about, don't. Better to take what all the weather forecasting people are saying seriously. You just never know. It's not worth the risk, really, is it? Entered 948, just in the middle of the poles there. It's heading off to Rarotonga. Interesting, that one hasn't popped up on the new display. The Rarotonga flight's popped up now. Yeah, that's interesting that didn't display earlier. Yeah, 100% agree there, Francis. Yeah, weather reports can be 50-50, but best to be prepared. That's definitely. NZ553 A320neo operating this one down to Christchurch. Welcome, Sam Bettany. Good to see you. Star 243 heading off now, also down to Christchurch. Up very early. Lovely howl. Great engines on the 320, 321 Neo family. Francis celebrating 11 months in the VIP lounge. So I just saw I have another month, nearly a year. Yay. It goes quick. But I very much do value and appreciate support from everyone that's chosen to become a member. So thanks very much, Francis. Yeah, not long to go to the year. Should get the red badge. Thanks for your support. Didn't see where that one was heading off to. Nelson. And ATR lined up here, heading off down to Blenheim. China Southern's now popped up onto the data tags at the top. So as I was saying earlier, that means it's within 20-mile range or 8,000 feet. down to sunny Blenheim we go. Hopefully it's sunny down there. Hopefully it's still sunny in Christchurch if you're still watching Seki. Oh, big shout out to one of our original first class members, Aviation Pete. Oopsie, what's going on here? Better. One of our original first class members, Aviation Pete, over in Brisbane, member now for 13 months. That's wonderful, Pete. That's really, really awesome support, and very much appreciate that. Love your work, Mike. Enjoyed every minute. Here's to many more. See you in Brisbane sometime. Well, we will see you in Brisbane. Hopefully not too far in the distant future. I heard there might be something happening around August, maybe. Might be rude not to come over to partake in that. But yeah, we'll definitely catch up soon, mate. And once again, thank you so much for the 13 months of wonderful support. Quite a few A320neos operating domestically recently, and it's a good way to reposition the aircraft for its next international service. May as well put people on it and move them from A to B. Right, I think the China Southern A350 should be in next. Very, very busy here for Friday. There's people everywhere. I will say one thing for Auckland, the public transport is pretty good. And the trains do go through most of the main, but there's no trains over the North Shore, which would be good. But they go pretty much through all the rest of the main suburbs to the southeast and west, but the bus network's also very good. Here we go, where's the A350? roll through. Nice, we'll get a nice close-up look as they come back. So first time I've seen a China Southern A350 in Auckland. Depends how you want to look at it. Could be an upgrade or a downgrade from the 777. I'm biased towards the 777, but I still think the A350 is a pretty good aircraft. I'd be happy to fly in either. Good looking aircraft. Very smart, even with the stripe. It's not many airlines keeping stripes on these days, but it looks pretty smart on this one. NZ998 to Apia heading out, another A321 heading off to the islands. Welcome along Modified to the VIP lounge. Wonderful to have you on board, Modified. Thanks for the support. Wonderful stuff, mate. Thank you. There's some new light poles gone in here. That's the grey ones there. I think the black ones are rods that are being rammed into the ground to stabilise everything, but the grey ones are new lights, further obscuring the view. Jane Cameron. That's extremely kind of you to say so, but there's some very, very good channels out there, and some really cool people that run them. For me, it's not about being the best, but more about the community that we've all sort of formed with everyone that's involved in doing this, and the friendships formed, and sharing the passion that is aviation with everyone. And everyone doing it in a slightly different way. NZ436 from Wellington, just a few seconds away. They've all been popping below at a different spot along this beam, so we'll go for about here. Oh, Maxine, didn't realise you had root canal surgery this morning. You're nodding off. Just rest up, take it easy. Thanks for the kind words. And Aquaboy, thanks very much for spending some time here today. A safe bike ride home. I don't think that's heading our way. It's sort of drifted around the edge of the airport. Qantas 126 to Brisbane pinging, right. It'll be wonderful to see that 787 head off. So the Qantas 3 to JFK can't be too far behind that either. Jetstar 293 here heading out to Queenstown, turn and burn. We've got NZ630 from Queenstown coming in. Right behind it, that's the A321neo that we saw head off earlier. NZ630 next to land.
sure we're going to see that Qantas 78 push back. Just have to wait till it pops out. Like Qantas 126 to Brisbane. It's taxiing out now. Welcome Jeff Bryant, tuning in from Tuatapere. New here and liking the stream. Thanks, Jeff. Lovely to have you here. Get a glimpse of that Qantas 787 now. It's just made the left turn. Coming out of taxiway Lima. I think this is the one that once it gets back to Brisbane, it's this one that becomes a Qantas 15 out to LA later on, I think. So there was a China Southern freighter supposed to be coming in, but looks like it's not. Still sitting there showing schedule, but no arrival. Jetstar 206. Heading off to Sydney.
NZ441 sneaking out early. Off down to Wellington. Back across to Brizzy, Qantas 126. Lovely livery on the 7.8 Qantas red, really looks good on there. Like I said last time, can't wait to see the A350-1000s that are coming out of the Project Sunrise initiative Qantas have been working on. Those aircraft are going to look stunning. JQ206 heading across to Sydney. Early rotation from a Jetstar 320. Climbing like a rocket. What have we got here? Looks like NZ555 heading down to Christchurch. Good afternoon, Mel. Good to see you. Mr. Atkin, welcome. chappie still on the roof. Really hear them chopping up the air. A real throaty, deep sound to the Q300 over the ATR. We're about 45 minutes away for two 777s coming back from Melbourne and Sydney that we saw head off this morning. That's the good news. The bad news is that I don't think we're going to be able to stay for them. It's cutting things just a wee bit too fine for me to be able to go for my travel and head back home. Definitely don't want to get stuck here with the impending weather. So I think we might end things there. We might finish up there. Massive thank you to everyone today for all your support. It's been an absolutely fabulous day up here in Auckland again. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It's always a good time. And having all you guys along, guys and girls along, boys and girls, makes it even better. So thanks very much for that. Big thanks to the mods today for all your hard work. As always, you do a wonderful job, and really do appreciate everything you do to help out on the live streams. Big thank you to those that have also been very kind and generous, dropping in super chats and gifted memberships today. It goes a long way towards helping just cover some of the costs of running the live streams and being able to put these on for everyone. And congratulations to those two that are celebrating membership milestones. It's wonderful to see some really long-term members now starting to pop up in some of those. And big thank you to Auckland Airport. Really appreciate their willingness to allow live streaming and plane spotting from their property, from their airport. In fact, I think while we just talking, why don't we go around and we'll look at what's going on over on this side. So yeah, no, it's been a wonderful day. Thoroughly enjoyed it. We will be back up here again at some point in the not too distant future. So until then, stay safe, look after one another. For those of you in the impact zone for the cyclone, please stay safe. Don't do anything silly and just listen to all the warnings that the authorities have been putting out. And hopefully it's not as bad as has been reported that it could be. So until next time, stay safe, look after one another, and we'll see you all again real soon on another NZ1 Aviation live stream. Bye-bye for now.
Been so long, been so long.